Alright, greetings, hello, welcome in everyone. Krahazik Bread, welcome. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. And it is great to have you guys back for another stream. How goes? Has it been a Thursday? Or has it not yet been fully the Thursday? Hello. It is good to be back. Eek. Ow. Rolling shoulders again quickly. Alright. Let us see. We have got the correct category, right? We should be in art at the moment. Yes? We are in fact in the correct category. Great. Today. Today we have a couple of potential options for stuff we can work on. And I am not entirely sure where we're going to start, which is why the title for today's stream says Miscellany, because I'm honestly not 100% sure what all we're going to get up to. In all honesty, I am not 100% sure. For reference, we have in our queue, we have the last stretch of the illustration work on layers for Citrina Shutterbug, her hair layers that we need to put in for her ending screen, and a bit more rendering on her cardigan, and extra lighting and such. Then various pieces that still need to go into that illustration before I can pull it into Live 2D to begin animating it for her end screen. And hello, welcome in, good to see you. I hope that Thursday has been treating you well so far. And then we have a full render illustration for Bread that's in the pipeline. I am still debating with myself whether I'm going to want to freehand the background or if I'm going to try and model it in 3D and make life easier for myself that way. Because then I'll actually have the model as an asset as well, which is maybe not too bad. Maybe that's how I'm going to handle that. I think that's how I'm going to handle that. Okay. Shake. Decision made with life, the universe, and everything. And I still have on the group project thing, I've still got to finish redoing the illustration of myself for the group project, which has been a very much a stroke here or there affair the last week or so. That is a good point. More assets for the library. Yes. And like, I am sure that that particular object, there are 3D models out there. I am just not going to go hunt them down, honestly. They probably, most certainly exist, but between potentially being bad quality models and potentially being behind a paywall, I'm not going to go there at this point. So I'm going to make it myself. Save things where I actually have to buy assets for days when it is not within my capability to actually make the asset myself. Or when I'm so desperately pressed for time that I do not have the luxury of being able to spend hours on the thing. So there's that. That's in the pipeline. I woke up with an itch to do some rendering experiments, which I have not scratched that itch. And the main reason why I have not scratched that itch, aside from the fact that the day didn't work out in such a way that that would be possible, is that I don't actually have a whip in my folder that I can polish up with that, so gonna need to actually figure out an illustration for that. So there's the question of that content that still needs to happen. The famous artist's itch. Yep. That is indeed the thing. Then I've still got a lot of reference sheets that I need to draw for Misthaven characters. I've got to continue work on my 3D model. So we have a lot of options for things to jump around between for today. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly which way the wind is blowing on that right this very, very second. So I have got my Clip Studio open and set up, but I have not yet opened a canvas. I'm feeling like I'm going to take a break for today on working on Citrina's thing, because I feel like I'm going to just want to think a little bit more about how I'm going to actually layer the hair together, because in this case we've got a first of having long hair when viewed from the back. So I'm not 100% sure exactly how I want to cut things up for that yet, but I'll figure it out. Time to find out what option makes the brain scream less. Yes, that is indeed the thing. What is going to make the brain scream less this day? I'm hesitant to start on Braid's commission before I've got the background object modeled. Yes, for everyone else, I'm not giving you a spoiler about what the content of the commission is yet until we actually start it. But I am hesitant to pose the character and everything only to try and pull in the background and then things don't work, you know? Because that is the sort of thing that is going to be demotivating significantly. So we're going to want to go in a specific order to make sure that we don't break our brains over it and have a smooth and fun time of it. That said, just before stream, one of the reasons why I'm a little bit late is I was at a course just before stream, and my brain is a little bit on the full side at the moment. It is a secret to everyone. I might be in the early stages of forgetting what I said. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. Shall I give a minor spoiler? A minor spoiler, just to jog memory. It is a dangerous scenario evolved from the stealing of a bag of crisps in the middle of the night. That is all I'm going to say about it. It's going to be a funny one. Up to you, I'm good with whatever. Okay. Oh, yes. So we are going to have fun with the dangerous scenario resulting from attempting to steal a bag of crisps in the middle of the night. It's going to be funny. It's going to be cute, in a weird way, I think. Still need to discuss how bright it's going to be and all of that madness. But I actually just had a lighting idea that's maybe not bad. Let me just write that down so that I do not forget it. It's going to go, I'm going to use my note to self panel in VGen very quickly. Because why that exists, there is a note to self. And that is a very, very useful thing. I have not used it to this before. And all I'm going to say is... that. Let's see if it saved. Yes, it did. Okay. Hehehe. Easy. Open portal, stick hand through, grab bag, and you get back through the portal. Oh my word. Not gonna lie, I never give deadlines and tell artists to take time because after a point it becomes a surprise gift to myself. So far I've not given deadlines either. Yeah, deadlines are a catch-22. If there is no deadline, sometimes it goes sort of in the never-never and never ends actually happening. And that's also when the nightmare issue of the ghosting artist arises as well, when no deadline is given and then 6 months go by and you don't even hear a peep from the artist. So, that is not something I want to fall into. So I like working with deadlines because they help me actually stay, you know, accountable. But yeah. Cyprime, welcome in. Good morning after evening. Yes. Yeah. When I got my 3D models started, I asked for weekly process images. Yeah. I've just seen so many horror stories floating around about artists just not giving any updates whatsoever. And it's bad. I feel guilty on the artist's part. Like, they are absolutely not doing the artists as an industry any favors by just being so non-communicative, but yeah. But yeah, if there is a major issue, I like to tell people in advance. Hey, listen, life is going crazy. Please forgive. Here is why. You know? But it also depends. Okay, is the artist doing this as a full-time gig? Is it a part-time gig? Are they actually just a hobbyist testing the waters? Who knows? Wanted to keep communication lines going. I have gone 2 weeks before poking the artist to see how things are going. Yeah. Like, 2 weeks is still a reasonable follow-up period, but like 2 months? That... I have seen so many people who literally wait months before doing any follow-up. And... by that time, the artist is totally forgotten. Or they are just intentionally just not doing the thing. Works well when there's lots of proper communication between the artist and commissioner. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Hype. Thank you. I'm patient, not bad patient, though. Yeah. There is a boundary of reason. There's definitely a boundary of being reasonable. Without news, I get antsy. Yeah. But, like, that's why having that communication is so important. And literally, in every other aspect, I sometimes feel like my communication is really lacking. It's just that when it comes to the art, I know, okay, I have a reason to speak to this person, and I don't need to get them to be in the same room as me at the same time necessarily, so it's actually easier to ask the questions and just get the answer back whenever. And for some reason, that has always just been the easiest kind of communication that I've dealt with. I tend to keep an eye on artist socials to see if they had any major life events. Came in handy once when I realized I'd sent a request on the day the power went out and I probably should poke about them after it was on. Ah, yes. Yeah, that is helpful. That is helpful. Like, sometimes if an artist just disappears off of socials for a while, it gets really tricky. And once again, it's also why it's really, really helpful to have all of your links on all of your pages so that you can be found wherever you may be. But yeah, VGen has made things really easy. It really, really has. It's a fantastic platform. It's a really, really fantastic platform. So I am super, super happy that it exists. I am so happy that it exists. But yes, we need to decide what we're actually going to start the bidding with this day. We need to decide what we're going to start the bidding with this day. The outfit adoptable that I'm going to be putting on the store is pretty much done. I just need to put a signature on that and export it, basically. So that's going to be the first one of those that's going to go up. Ending screen, I want to think about a bit more. I'm not 100% sure that I've got the brain capacity to move little orange dots around the screen in Blender right this very second. Let me see. Let me scroll down my long, long list. I've not got the guts to work on me. With that group project thing, McGafter. Emotes. Not really vibing with the idea of emotes right now. Let's see, let's see. Reference sheets is a lot. Reference sheets is a lot. Let's see, let's see. What else is in my to-do list that I've not looked at today? There is okay, everything in my to-do list is stuff that I've just mentioned. It's stuff that I've just mentioned. Let's see. Let's just open up a blank canvas and then figure it out from there. Let's open a blank canvas and figure it out from there. One moment, please. I had a really rough idea of what I wanted to do this evening, and then the course happened, and yeah, brain is full. It was only an hour, but it still filled the brain juices quite significantly. So now that is open, so now I can come over here. Great. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I've got coffee. Yay. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Nice. So, I can either put the brainworms away and dive into working on Bread's thing, or I should maybe what's screaming at me the loudest? What's screaming at me the loudest? Probably. What's screaming at me the loudest? There's that, but I really don't want to work on it on stream. And I'm not feeling the design more weird creatures vibe tonight, which is the other thing that's on that list. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go into let's see. I'm not sure. Okay, I really my brain is actually really fried. I can't decide on what to do. Guys, we should probably do a poll of some description. How do I run a poll here again? I forget. How do we do this? I forget. I think it is something that happens in the browser. Yes, okay. So that comes over here. Create a dashboard. Stream manager. Okay, let's run a poll. Let's see. Community, is that where? Yes, add a poll. Okay, let's do this. Manage poll. Create. Where to start? We can either do permission then we could do or we could do I'm just quickly typing up the other options here. What's the last one? not going to put that one on the list. I'm not going to put that one on the list because I'm really not in the mood to do that one. Okay. Poll is up, poll is up. Let's see. Okay. Only about 30 seconds left to vote. We've only got one vote in so far. I really should have made that a longer poll duration, but it's fine. Can I change the duration? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, it was at the top of chat. It was at the top of chat. There's a little black banner that had the title where to start. But we've got a result. We had 2 votes in the end. Unless you guys want me to rerun it. Do you want me to rerun it? And give you guys more time to actually find it and hit the vote button? Yeah, let me do that. Manage poll. What to do, take 2. Let's take 2. Duration, let's make it 3 minutes. There we go. That should be enough time to run through, find it, check the thing. We could rerun it. Yeah, it's now rerunning. It is now rerunning. So you'll find it in the top of your chat panel. It's called What to Do, Take 2, current poll. You've got 3 minutes to do the thing. Okay. And while that is running, I'm going to enjoy more coffee. Doodle-doot. Because CoffeeBot just snuck in to remind us that it is time for a hydrate, so everyone, if you are done voting, then please acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. The coffee is basically room temperature already. I don't know how, so I'm just gonna finish it real quick. Okay, almost about a minute left on the poll. So if you have not yet cast your vote, what we're going to do or start with for the day, because we might jump around a little bit. We might jump around quite a bit in terms of what we're actually going to be working on. So if you've not your cast your vote. You've got about 40 seconds left, I'm guesstimating, to cast your vote and see where we're going to open up the bidding for the evening. Okay, coffee is over. Sad. Just, ow. Also just taking the opportunity to put a little bit of pressure on this knot in my neck. Hold on, 1 second. Ow, ow. Okay. Last seconds to vote. But I highly doubt that we're going to get a swing vote at this hour of the thing. So, okay, we are working on a reference sheet to begin with. Okay. So, let us open up the reference sheet, which I had started and then subsequently ended up not getting particularly far on. Oh, right, I didn't want to work on this on stream for that reason. Ugh. Didn't want to work on that on stream for that reason, because I don't want to have to put filters on because I've got the base going, and then I wanted to do clothing layers on top so that I can swap them out and duplicate over. Ack. Ack. Oh, don't you just love it when that happens? Okay. We are 35 minutes into stream and have not done anything. That is kind of pathetic, but okay. I'm really scared if I open this up, I'm going to get bonked. Yeah, another poll. Yeah. Ouch. I'm scared if I open that up, I'm gonna get bonked. It's kind of pathetic that people have abused certain things to the point where that is a thing. Okay, take 3. Let me throw the other thing in the list now. No, I really don't want to work on that right now either. Start. Just let that one fly. It's one of those 3. It's one of those 3. Take 3. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what we're going to be actually starting with. One of those 3. Did I make any typos? I just realized. Okay. It looks like we're going to be fine. Looks like we're going to be fine. Okay. Tam. Things are moving now. It's a competition. Let's go. Okay. Okay. At this rate, it looks like I'm opening up Blender. Okay, it looks right. It looks like I'm opening up Blender. Okay. Okay. Which means I'm going to, while that is happening, I'm going to go and hunt for a reference image quickly. Open image in new tab. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that's stabilized. A couple of seconds left if anyone is going to try and swing a vote. And that is such a low resolution image, oh my word. While hunting reference images, I'm finding 3D renders or models, which is hilarious to me. Open image in new tab, let's see. That I can at least see what's going on. That's going to be save image as. Here, references, object references. Oh, assist, JFIF. Copy image, create new from clipboard. Dun dun dun, spoiler! Any free and good quality might save Blender. 3D model. Turbo Squid, Sketchfab. Let's see what's happening on both of those two. That one is too narrow. Okay, those are not gonna fly. Let's see. Downloadable. Let's go for this free standard license. There is exactly one model, minus the cabinet. Okay, now I need to log in if I'm going to use this thing. Now I need to log in if I need to use this thing. Hold up, hold up. Dots? I love dots. Dots are cool. It's a fun game. Interesting challenge. Just need to see if I can log in to this thing. Have I actually even got an account on here? Have I even got an account? I am starting to think not. Or I could do it this way. I'm gonna go with that one. Because that's more likely than not if I had an account where it would have been linked to. Okay. Dartboard. Licenses, free standard. There's only this one. Alright. And we've got FBX. Hopefully I can import that easy. Okay, now here, this is gonna go into this folder. Other object assets. Save. Okay. And open folder, extract here. New folder, dartboard. Okay. I remember getting really good at virtual darts because the family kept challenging me and I kept defending my title. Oh, wow. Virtual darts. Huh. Never heard of that before. Okay, now let's see. I should be able to. If I minimize that, that should take those away. And if I come up here now, Blender should be on top of Clip Studio. Yes, and it is visible. Cool. Okay, now I'm just going to quickly navigate. I should have file, import FBX, just finding the right thing. Here, downloads, object. If I can even there is not even an FBX in this download. What? Are there even any files in here? Oh. Extract. Why have you got zips inside zips? Really? Import FBX. Take you away. Now you... shading. I hope you guys can actually see what I'm doing, yes. Oh. There was chat happening while I was drowning in file paths. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Switch game for a bunch of classic board and card games and their darts. Oh, okay. Whenever I see Blender, it scares me. No! Blender is actually not that scary. It's honestly not as scary as it looks. There's a lot in it, but most of the users are only going to be using like 20% of the stuff inside of it on average. So, it's honestly not as desperately scary as it looks. Oh man, that is totally off kilter. Okay, so you don't need to exist. 20% or less, I'm assuming. That is what you're referring to there, Kahazik. Okay, so this is a board. And it is, as I feared, literally just a normal map and a texture. It's not actually a full quality model. A tube with a dartboard texture applied to the end surface. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there is a normal map as well, but like very basic. And I am pretty sure I'm going to be better off basically using this as a reference and then just making it myself. at this point. Unless I bite the bullet and say, great for a game as, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I suppose unless I bite the bullet and just say, okay. Let's just throw a basic light on the equation. Direct flat lighted. So that should be 90 on the dot. That should be 0. Okay, and if I come to render view like that, strength 1. Great when low times matter, yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am legitimately going to hold up. At this point, it's actually neither here nor there if I use the model or if I just take this, butcher some perspective on the barn doors, and then paint over it. There is no difference in the procedure, basically. Okay. Scrap Blender, that's not gonna fly. Let's do it the other way. Okay. So we're gonna copy our reference image. We are going to open a new canvas, put it in landscape so that we can get our barn doors. Open that up. And we're going to go File, Save As, and we're going to go Commissions. It's going to go to Breads folder. It's going to be here. Copy that. Oh, sorry. For some obscure reason, it decided to change scene on me. Okay. So now we've got that. Paste. No. Copy. Paste. Yeah. Grab that. Grab our hinges. Moving around orange dot successfully avoided. Yes. Yes. Bring up our hand again so that we can actually do stuff with it. Okay. Now I just want to make sure. I haven't got stuff where I don't want it. There we go. On those hinges, we're going to come to our edit. We're going to go to a perspective view. And we're going to go pull in just a smidge of perspective like that. Okay. Grab this one also on the hinge and do the same thing. If it will let me select, please and thank you. Also perspective. Okay. Throw that back on. Move that down here. Scale up. All right. So we have the basis of our background now in place. Now we reduce that opacity. And bacon on egg, thank you so much for the hydrate. And the posture check, which I actually still need to remove that redeem because it is actually not helpful for me. But thank you. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Everyone, courtesy of bacon on egg, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Alright, let me quickly make that adjustment over here. Close you, close you, close you. I don't need you either. Come over here again. Close. Here. That one. Remove it. Mark all three as complete. Yes. Hydrate. Okay. Okay. So, now we go on to phase number next. Have I actually got... thank you, Bacon on Egg, for joining us, and thank you again for the hydrate redeems and the posture checks. Now, have I actually got this thing in place? No, I don't. Let me just quickly restart my pen tablet driver because it's doing something stupid. There we go. It's icy outside and cold. Oh no, oh no. I hope they're just keeping warm. Hope you're keeping warm out there. I'm very unhappy about it. Oh, I can believe that. That does not sound fun. Eep. So now what we're going to do is we are going to add just very, very roughly woke up this morning to an email from my professor, got excited thinking, oh no, oh no, we will be having class today, oh no, shame. That does not sound like fun. Oh man. Okay, so that is that part. Now let's see. I have over here in the actual commission information. Or is it? It is in the Word document that came with it. Where is my Word document now? File Explorer. Here. Commissions. Read. Full body document. I apologize in advance for that Word doc. Is okay, is okay. I kind of figured out most of it. Okay, so that's the proportion. And I'm gonna go with flipping this over for a start. There are rough measurements. There's a reason I commission and don't draw myself. It's okay, it's okay. This is very, very rough. Let me just put this part of the sketch on another layer. because the scale might be slightly off. No, that's better. Okay. That'll work. Now, take the entire thing. And scale it up. Because we can have, there are a couple of ways we can take this. We can either have it focus on the scale and the sense of, okay, the tiny person has been caught, and the general sense of scale. Or we can have it focus on the expression. That's the two major options that we've got to work with. We can either have it focus on the expression, or we can have it focus on the scale. So I'm not sure which you would prefer. Because depending on that, it'll affect how I'm going to tackle it from here. I'm leaning towards the expression mostly because this is going to be the first piece with a new form. Okay, okay. So, expression it is then. Let me just get those hinges just inside there, like that then. Okay. So that is going to be our reference. Okay. And I can now close this. I don't need to save it. All right. Then file, open, and then now there were 3 variants. Which one would you prefer? The long hair, short hair, or twin tails version? I just want to know which reference to work off of. Short hair variant? Okay. Okay, so the new form that Braid shall be puppeteering. Dun dun dun! Very, very, very cute. This is artwork by Fable, and I just want to make sure that I've got her username right, because I think it might have changed. Is it? No, it is still Snow Fable. So artwork by Snow Fable. Absolutely adorable artwork. That is our reference that we are working with it. The design is also by that, very much Kingdom Hearts inspired. And basically, from what I can tell into the references provided, literally a Kingdom Hearts limited edition figurine. that is being animated now. So very, very, very cool, cute concept. So now we take this and we clean it up. So I'm just going to hide our dartboard for a bit. Fable did good work. I had to impulse buy when I remembered the figurine for my head. Yes, yes. It is a brilliant, brilliant figurine. And it is a really, really cute design. Okay, so that gets smaller. Now we come over here and we start doing a slightly more structured version of this. Now what I want to do, actually, is let me see if I can make this pose slightly more dynamic. Now this looks like it might have a little bit of a heel. That sort of shoe generally looks like it has a bit of a heel. Let's make it a little bit more off balance. Sort of like the moment directly after the dart landed. And pin the chips in place. I'm not happy with the neck positioning though. Let me just address that. Okay. In this case, I'm going to actually go like that. More alarmed looking. Okay. Brett, how's this posture looking for you? Looking to you so far? So far, I love it. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out the old parts on this side. Okay, combine those two. And then let's reduce that down. And go over here to our layer actions. Let's go comics, basic folders, play. There we go. Move this one on top, make this a multiply. There we go. Inks, we're going to grab that brush, we're going to go down. We've got a brush size of 10. Let's see how that's going to behave. It looks good. It looks good. Cool. Brush size looks decent. Okay. So, I'm going to try something a little bit different with the rendering on this one. Why? Because I had the rendering itch, and I feel like this is as good a time as any to try it out. So, I'm going to basically use my inks layer on this thing to, rather than actually ink things necessarily, I'm just going to actually use it to refine our sketch. Brett, I hope you don't mind me experimenting with your commission. If you prefer that I don't experiment methodology-wise, then please let me know. If you'd prefer me to stick to the tried and tested methods. I'm here for the experimentation. Experiment way. Okay, awesome, 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 thank you. Okay. Okay, so yes, I'm going to try and rather use the inks layer to just refine. That's what I was going to do. So, I'm going to actually use this as another pass on our sketch. And what I actually end up using at the end, we shall see. Okay. It's just struck me that we've still got the basic music going. Shall we switch to our Chaos playlist? I think so. Let's switch to the other playlist. I don't think I'm gonna get away with actually playing the Chaos playlist, but the Art Streams playlist should be okay. If it's on stream, can't hear it. Yeah, I just realized that I actually forgot to hit the play button. There we go. Should be able to hear it now. Yep, there it is. Okay, fantastic. Happens, yay. Okay. I am happy with how that expression is starting to look. Great. I'm enjoying the way the art's going. Yay! I'm glad. Just wanted to say that. Love the expression. Yay, yay. Yes. The, style of webcomic that I'm reading a lot of is coming out quite significantly. In terms of my source material of my visual library. All of the action comics coming out. Most people, when they get a female character design, I'm going to get art of them in cool and spicy poses. Me, cuteness, aggression, throw darts. Yeah, yep. That is fair. That is fair. And I'm enjoying doing the action pose too, on top of everything else. Like, these highly comedic action poses are also not something that I've seen a lot of people getting full illustration style VTuber art of for their female characters either. Like, if there's an action scene like this, it's usually for the memes, and they usually end up without too much actual rendering put into them. At least that's the case in a lot of the artworks that I've seen floating around. I'm sure there are statistical outliers as well. I've wanted to come here for a while because of your ability to draw action poses, probably since the crossover comic, but the skeleton form is technically the only physical form with a human form, and yeah. For all the talk of zombie apocalypses and such that we've had on stream, I'm not actually one for dealing with undead characters. So I appreciate the mindfulness in that regard. Because even though I know, Braid, that your skeleton form is not an actual skeleton, other people don't really know that, so it's like just that's gonna confuse people when they look at my TOS and the portfolio next to each other. Totally understand, don't want to make an artist work on something they're not comfy with. And that is sincerely appreciated. Okay, I can do better. I can do better at this. Let me take that away because I do not like any of it. Okay. Start with the positioning of this thumb. Okay, that is gonna follow the line there, and then that is gonna come straight down. And this is going to kind of split the difference. Okay. Excited to come here again in the future? Ah! I'm excited to work with you guys again. Yeah, I can safely say the anxiety of having to do the dartboard in 3D was probably the thing that was stopping me from starting this one. But so far so good. Okay, so it is actually a heart-shaped cutout. It's a heart-shaped cutout. And let's just get a sense. I was just reminded of a creature came up with one of my worlds. It has a plant-like name, but it is not a plant. Ooh. Okay, so in this case, I've got to quickly come back to here and make an adjustment because my sketch does not take into account the shape of the rib cage to the hip ratio. Which is more like that. Named that was because the scientists that discovered it thought it was a carnivorous plant. Ah. If you think it's a carnivorous plant, but then it turns out to just be a carnivore. Straight up. Well, if any character can justify anime anatomy, it would be an anime figurine. That is so true. That is so true. Yeah, an ambush predator. Ah, yes. Looks like plant, smells like plant. It's not a plant. Literally an orchid mantis. But alien orchid mantis. The size of a small dog with sharp teeth. Ah. Yeah, I can imagine that confusing people. Okay. Now, let's think. How would this go at the back here? Probably... more like that. It's exclusive to a continent, which is also the only place where you can find feral dragons, or any dragons on that world. Ooh. Dragons! I'm sorry, any world built with dragons in it is instantly like 100 times better. The continent is full of very dangerous wildlife, even the herbivores are not to be trifled with. Yep, as should be the case. I mean, if the big scary things are going to be eating you, then it makes sense as a life form to be bigger and scarier than the big scary things that are trying to eat you, you know? It makes ecological sense. Getting vibes of those videos of Yellowstone tourists getting flung in the air by a bison? Yep. They might be herbivores, but they are still violent. Yeah, yep. Don't get on the bad side of the beasties. It doesn't matter what beasties eat, they are bigger than you, they are stronger than you. And unlike you, they actually know how to move their bodies to great effect. So by all reason, don't pick a fight you can't win. Okay. Now let's think very, very carefully about how this chain is going to move. Now on this side, it's going to basically pull behind like that. So I thought my alarm clock just went off. It's just the same track. This is the track that I use for my alarm clock. And for all of my timers. It's a very effective alarm. You're never going to confuse it with anything else. It's a good track for an alarm, yeah. It's very, very, very effective. I legitimately thought, wait, why is my alarm going off for a split second? Okay, so this is gonna get pulled up a bit. Okay, I'll need to be careful when I get to that point to make sure that I'm not losing track of what goes where. Now, something like that. Okay. Are you sometimes stuck on very minute details that take up way too much of your time? If so, do you have any tips on how to overcome that? Sometimes, very, very occasionally do I hit that spot. And then what I do is I zoom out the canvas. If you zoom out the canvas again and see, okay, how big is this detail that I'm actually looking at? When I export this at 2500 by 3000 whatever pixels, is it actually going to even be seen? Is it actually going to even be seen? And then when I make that calculation, I see, okay, is it worth spending my time on? Because I work on really, really big canvases. Like this one is an A2 size canvas, an A2 size paper by default. But if it's like you zoom it out and you see, okay, how important is this feature that I'm spending all of my time detailing on to the piece? And you see that it is either lower importance, it's not in a focal point, focal points being on the third lines of the piece, or points where everything is pointing towards a certain feature. If it's not in one of those focal points, or if you are spending your time on it and it is actually not even looking right in the balance of the piece overall, then you just zoom out, realize, oh shucks, I'm wasting time, and then recalibrate and move on to the next part. Sometimes recalibrating like that is definitely necessary. A lot can be solved simply by zooming out and sometimes flipping the canvas. When you flip the canvas, you'll be able to see if things look out of balance. Like, for example, I am still not 100% happy with her gaze. Yeah? Because it's not looking like she's looking at the right thing. But now it's better. Flip back, and it looks more like she's looking at this dart. The other thing to keep in mind is your order of operations. So generally it is helpful to go from biggest sections to smallest ones to make sure that you've got the balance overall decent. And yes, it can be very tempting when you're working in a fun area to just zone in on doing that. But then it can easily distract you if you are not tempering that with making sure that you cover all of your bases that you need to cover. Now, correct. Yeah. Thanks for the advice. We'll try to use that in context of setting up stream, getting stuck in OBS details. Ah, yes. Big blocks first. Big blocks first. It helps. Think, what is the important part of your scene? Where do you want to have people's attention? and what is going to get in the way if you make it too big. I also try to do a priority or checklist like a to-do, but then that becomes a priority, so doing the priority list becomes one of the priorities. Yeah. And if you have the necessity set up, you can always go back and update the details later. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think the thing with lists is that as good as it is to keep lists, you need to not actually get so caught up in your lists that managing your lists ends up taking up all of your time. That is the number one trap of list making. And all bureaucracy, actually, now that I think about it, because it gets so caught up in doing the processing of administrating the process that actually processing the process never actually happens. So, yeah, it's the same trap. It's the same trap. Okay. So we're making good progress. I'm going to hit the save button. And I'm very, very quickly going to just take a 5-minute breather. I will be back momentarily, and then we shall continue. Okay, see you in a sec. Okay, and we are back. We are back. And, sorted out. Sorted. Okay, we'll try and incorporate this into my current workflow. Yes. Yeah, no, Bread's got a good point there. Minimum viable product is a fantastic thing. If I think about my 2D rig as well, I also aimed minimum viable product. Let's launch with that. Don't go for all of the bells and whistles straight off the bat. And hey, here we are. If I hadn't, we would probably still be working on the PNG. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, minimum viable product is also a really solid way of looking at things. Like, what is the absolute least you can get away with doing? To get the end result functional. Okay. Now, this is where it diverts from previous workflows. This is where this is going to divert from previous workflows. And we don't need that in our ears. So what we're going to do now is we're going to focus on our silhouette a little bit and make sure that our character silhouette is clean. Which means I really shouldn't have actually drawn in those chain links when I did. But I'm not going to hit the undo button. Okay. It's fine, I can come and clean that up again once I've got everything else sorted. So clean up that part of the silhouette as well. As you can see, I'm really just trying to clean up the edges. I'm not particularly worried about what's happening on the inside right at this very moment. Because what we're going to do is we are going to start with a full selection. Then we're going to start layering in colors on top of that. And hopefully this is not going to end in absolute disaster. If it does, I'll paint over it until it works, I guess. Okay, so grab outside, 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 grab outside. It's an iterative process, yeah. This is definitely going to be a different take from several of our other illustrations thus far. So it looks a little bit weird right now. It's fine. I'm going to turn our paper into this sort of a neutral brown grey. Okay. Full, I'm going to make white. Okay. Inks, I'm going to reduce down. Color, grab that and create layer mask on the chop out of the fill. Okay, so now let us look at what colors we've got. We've got the red, we've got the skin color, we've got the black. Let's start with those. Let's go first skin, hair, red, black, and between here let's go sheer. Now, is that the same color as that? Yes, it is. Okay. And then we've got gold. Then we've got actually, I'm going to just fill this again and come over here. And clear these, because I don't want to actually want those yet. There we are. unlock opacity. Rotate. Okay. Time for me to vanish. Thank you so much for the advice, the great company, and the inspiration. Take care, Ian. Chat and have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for dropping by, Hype. I am glad if we were able to assist. Hope you have a good one. Rest well when you get there. And yes, I'll see you next time. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time. Cheers, Hype. Okay, so now if I hide that, we should have a somewhat cleaner foundation. Okay. So we've got a somewhat cleaner foundation now. Save button. Seems like it is now in order. Okay. Now, we're going to grab our colors and we're going to start locking those in. So fill, invert, clear. So technically speaking, from this point, anything outside of that won't be visible. Yes. Okay. The sheer is going to be the black color, just on a lowered opacity. And that is going to be probably let's try 30. I think I'm guesstimating it's 30. Let's see. Let's see how close my guess was. Close as... It's 25. Shucks. I was off by just so much. Okay. Yeah. 25? Wait, that is? Close as damn it is to swearing. Okay. That is close as damn it is to swearing. Okay. I do not want that in this playlist. Go away. Okay. Okay, let's try this. It was good, and then I messed it around. Okay, Okay. So that is working. Let's see. So, I'm actually, if it has been piquing anyone's curiosity, I'm actually in this attempt trying to lean into more of a lineless style. So, we'll see if it retains what I'm hoping it will. At least we're going to try and keep it lineless on the body and so on. If we need lines on the face, we'll use those to just sharpen up the expression. Okay. Now let's add a little bit of hip squish because, let's just be honest, no one is going to make an anime figurine with that sort of leg wear that does not have a little bit of thigh squish. Just a fact. Fact of life, yep. If anime figurine will have thigh squish. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know how I survived 5 minutes of this, but there are 7 minutes of this, and I think that is enough. It has gone nowhere in that time. So it goes away. The power of zoning out for most of a bad song is amazing. Yeah. The worst is I knew I was annoyed by it, but I was just hoping that something was going to change at some point. Been there, 30 seconds left and realizing the song is still bad and shouldn't have been skipped. Yeah. Yeah. It's like you leave it playing out of morbid curiosity. Is it actually going to change ever? And then you find yourself disappointed in yourself that you gave it the chance to disappoint you. Or rather disappointed that you gave it the chance to prove all expectations accurate. Are there 2 shades of red? Yes, there are 2 shades of red. Okay, this I need to first transfer down because I started filling in on the wrong layer. Okay, that's the window. Back to black. Well, we're slowly but certainly getting where we want to be. Okay. We're getting there. Save button. Now, let's see. Those are chains. They are in fact chains. They are not laces. Okay. Glad I checked that. Wait, they're chains? Yeah, they're chains. See the little holes? Apologies, my process of fully figuring out adopted designs is to hand it to an artist and see what details they want to throw at me at the wall. Ah. Yeah. No, that's fair, because sometimes the artwork on adopts is not entirely clear exactly what all the details are, so that is valid. A lot of the time it is guesswork. And even sometimes when it comes to reference sheets that we get to work with, it ends up being a lot of guesswork sometimes. At least this is more fine detailed and not realizing the other adopted design form had semi-transparent shirt. Oh dear. Yeah. Sometimes the details can be a little easier to catch than others. Okay, let's see. I was working with the gold and I need to do those little patches there. And then I need to come back. And do corrections to that soul. The other thing that I notice, which is interesting regarding designs, especially for VTubers, is that a lot of the time especially with the female characters, we get this very ambiguous top-down look of the feet. Like, incredibly, incredibly ambiguous. So, what the... Thank you. So what the actual heel scenario is often left completely up to individual discretion, because the designs don't actually show it a lot of the time. So the artist needs to kind of guess, okay, if I have to draw this character not seeing or seeing the side of the foot, how am I going to cheat this? Because it doesn't exist. Yeah, back and side views I've learned already to exist. Yep. Doubly so when you're dealing with female characters. Like, with a lot of the time, a male character, the stance at least, will have one foot slightly sideways, and, you know, you haven't got the same... well, in 90% of cases, you haven't got the same variation of male characters having, like, a gazillion potential different heel types to choose from. It's like, okay, are they wearing sneakers? Are they wearing dress shoes? Depending on that, are they wearing boots? Depending on that, you can kind of pretty much, even if you don't see the side view, you can pretty much still guess, okay, what kind of shoe are they actually wearing. Because, let's just be real, male characters very, very, very seldom wear high-heeled shoes. Not impossible, but incredibly, incredibly rare. Funny enough, the other humanish form I've got has a heel in his boots. I did notice that, actually, yeah. When I was examining references. I did notice a little bit of the heel on the shoe. Okay, so far so good. Now I need to do iron. Which is going to be this one. Okay, so that looks good. Now what we're gonna do, is we need to now, is that actually pure black? No, it's not. I'm gonna use the slightly lighter one from the highlights here as the base hair color, simply because I am going to be rendering a lot of lighting in there and I want just a little bit more color to work with. Okay, and now I'm going to just refine this a little bit with my silhouette rather than with my sketch, so that we don't get that tangent. think I want to actually cut these out and redo them. Yeah, I want to cut these out and redo them. Because I want to use a path to make sure that it's going to be consistent and smooth. Clear it. I don't actually want it at all. This is another one of those skippable ones. There we go. There we are. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna split the hair off of this. I'm gonna split the hair off of this because I want more flexibility with it. I want more flexibility with it. I want the ability to change my mind if I'm not happy with something. here we go. I think it is time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay. So now I'm going to collapse that. Lock that opacity. And just do that. Okay, now we need to do ourselves a little bit of processing. I'm going to start with a duplicate layer. And we're going to go filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. And let's call this one nananan. And let's look at our lighting scenario. So I think we're going to be in a fairly dimly lit environment. Possibly with a direct overhead light. Which is going to cast shadows. That are going to behave like that, and like that, roughly. Okay. That works, that works. Now, this is just obviously an incredibly rough cast. There we go. There we go. Now we hide our character. And you know what? I'm actually going to do a direct paint over. And if I regret my life decisions, I'll deal with it later. Actually, I'm going to clear that one and work on a layer directly above, because there's going to be some stuff that I don't actually want to keep. Okay, and then here, like so. Alright, now, in this one, the wood of the cabinet is actually a black, painted black. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the information about the edges with polyline. Yes. Grab you. Grab our edge data, as it were. Okay, now I want to shave off a little bit on this side. There we go. And now we lock that and fill that like so. Now what I want to do is I want to go right, almost there, and then grab that. clear it. Full. Okay, we're almost there with the first pass on this cabinet. Okay, grab this color again. Now what we're gonna do is let's duplicate this. Make it visible. Clip it down. So that we get that edge information. Okay. Then here we're going to take a gradient, make it linear again. Add, multiply. Something like that. Okay. First pass, so far so good. I'm happy with that. Now this, I'm going to slap a couple of textures on to try and rough it up. Let's start with default wood grain texture. Clip, multiply. Okay, that will work. Duplicate. Um, 100%. Let's rasterize that. Chop off a section. Okay, come over here. Perspective. Let's get that to work with those boundaries. Okay. That works, that does the trick. Highlight. No. Linear burn. Ooh, that looks good, actually. That looks good. $75 in linear burn. Okay. Now we duplicate this again. Make it 100. Rasterize. Delete. Grab here. Delete. Delete. Duplicate. 100%. Rasterize. That way. Undo. Duplicate. Put it underneath. Make it 100%. Grab that. Rotate it 90 degrees. There we go. Rasterize. Grab that. And let's put these on normal. Okay. Now that is linear burn. Linear burn, where are you? Here. 75. There we go. And then duplicate this way, like so. Like so, yes. Linear burn 75. Okay. There we are. So that is the wood part of our cabinet. That is working. Okay. That works. That works. I am happy. Now what we need to do is on our edge here. We need a glow dodge, and I just want to rough in a little bit of the irregularity. There we are. Okay. And there we are. Okay. Happy with that so far. Save. Now we need to do our hinges. Now, thankfully, we have a literal reference for the lighting scenario that is going to result from this. So let us basically steal it. But first, I think it is time for a coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. I've got some nice toasty coffee in my thermal mug now, so woohoo! Ah, just the right thing. Just the right thing. Okay. What I am going to do is I'm just going to change the grain size on this, just so that it looks a little bit different from the front plates. And I'm also going to make it vertical. Reduce it a little bit more. Merge that down. And I want to add something else on top of this. Clip, multiply. Yes. That adds a bit more chaos to the mix. Just grunges it up a little bit. I'm happy with that. So while the cabinet wood has a bit of order, this looks a little bit more messy. Okay. Now we're going to want our hinges. I'm gonna pull this one, hinges. And we are going to steal an approximation of a brass color. Gotta get a proper amount of grunge on a dartboard cabinet. Yeah, especially when the back plate is where all of the mist shots go. But yeah, we're getting there. Let's put this on a through as well, so we can just see how things are coming together. Yeah, slowly but certainly we're getting places. So now we're going to add our hinges, and then I can do the actual board. Undo, undo, undo. Why? Because I was on the actual reference layer, which I don't want. Okay, now opposite side. Now I am 100% certain that this is not thoroughly centered, which on one hand might be a little bit irksome, but on the other, it is very organic. Okay, so there we've got that. Now we lock that opacity. Come over here, grab that color again. Make it a little bit less green for a start. And give ourselves cancel a rough idea of what this lighting is going to look like. And I'm actually happy with how that is rendered out. It's not too heavy on that render. So now we just add a little bit on the back over there. too much. Just enough to get the sense of what is happening. Okay, so that is our hinges. Now we need to add to our edge frame here. Multiply, which is going to be the shadow for these hinges. By volume, the most hinged art I've ever seen. Very hinged. And then we're going to want to also add a bit of shadow for our bag of crisps. Which is going to be there somewhere. At least it's not unhinged. Yeah. Very hinged, very normal. Ignore the chip theft. Yes. I'm going to make it darker though. Fill. Yes, that's better. That's better. Okay, that is better. That is better. Now, we are going to let me just call this one out edge. This one is going to be shelf. This is going to be in sides. Okay. And that means this is going to be our backboard. Okay. Duplicate that, put it there, clear it. And then our backboard is going to be pretty much grab an ellipse. Actually, I'm going to start by making it smaller. There we go. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. Scale. Makes the edges softer by default. Okay. There we go. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Let's make this very blurred. Hide you. make you fluffier towards the bottom. There we are. Duplicate, put you on the shelf. That's more or less making sense. Yeah, like so. That's gonna work. Yep, that works. Save button. Okay. Now I'm going to actually move that so that it lines up more nicely. No. Duplicate it first. Hide the top one. Make it full opacity. Come over here. Create a mask. Clear it. Let's just pull this out for a second, hide that. We are in our mask still, yes. Okay, now we grab that and place you sort of like so. Okay. Apply mask. Reduce opacity here. Okay, new vector layer, make a circle. It would help if I was using a color I could see. Okay, now I know it's actually making the circle. Now I can do that. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to pull that out. And we're going to make a group. Call this one dot board. Okay. Duplicate, duplicate. I'm going to need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of these. Okay, so those three. Duplicate once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Okay. Grab a bunch of them. And align them with our bullseye. Okay. And now I'm going to go from inside to outside for all of these. So we're going to take this And we're going to go keep aspect ratio. I do not want control, I do not want shift, I want alt. Okay. Now, do I need 15? I do not need 15. I need one for each set of wire. So, I'm going to be able to cut that in half. So that's 1. 2. 3. I'm going to use one for these clip wires as well. And for those clip wires, and the boundary wire, which is a heavier gauge. And then this one I'm going to call edge. Which is going to be our full boundary. And then these ones I don't need. Okay. So now this one, we're going to change our line weight after, just making sure. No, we're good. We're good on the alignment. So line weight on that one. I want it to be at least 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 looks good. 28 is a good width for that. Now the rest of these, I'm going to call boundary. The rest of these I'm going to merge down. And their brush size I'm going to adjust up to 15, I think. Is 15 going to be a heavy enough gauge? No, 20. And that's going to be 30. Okay. So that is that. Oops. Okay. Now I can hide the character and I can hide the background. Now I can add a full layer. Choose a reasonable shade. Hide that. Hide the loops. hide the boundary. We just want the edge. There we go. Now, as far as our color goes, I'm going to just take a... let's make it 40% grey. Okay, fine. Here. Is that the same color? I don't think it is, but it's fine. Okay. So now we've got our wires, we've got our board base. Now we're going to need our straight line, and our gauge on the loops is a brush size of 20. So now we're going to need a new vector layer, and this is going to be our spokes. Our line, our straight line tool, brush size is going to be 20. And what we're going to do, I am going to choose a straight line down like so. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this. How many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so duplicate, 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 duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Should be the right number. Okay. So now if we've got one directly down, top is going to be our pivot point. Put you at 90 degrees, okay. Like so. Now I actually made a mistake, so let me get rid of all of these extras. I didn't need all of them. Now this one, we duplicate. Because there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if I Okay, let me grab these and just rotate them to this awfully aligned thing. Nope, don't rotate the spokes, rotate the sample. About that point. There we go. Why? Because I like a little bit of precision. A little precision goes a long, long way. Okay. Now, I'm just waiting for little blue bars to creep across my screen, and therefore I am going to take the opportunity to have a crisp. Why? Because I have a couple in an airtight container next to me, so that on the moments when I can afford it, I can just grab one and quickly get a brief dose of salt. Acquired, necessary, complete. Okay. So, that's our 1, 2, and this is number 3. So now it's rotating in the center, which is fine. Duplicate, rotate about the center. This should be the last one. No, it's not. Next. Okay. Just align these a little bit better. They don't need to be perfect in the absolute sense. Now I can hide that. This is indeed the vector layer. Okay, now those I should be able to cut along like so. almost got them. Clear that because I don't need any of those. Okay, now we have our spokes in place. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 duplicates of our spokes, and I'm going to use those as a cutting guide for our crimp loops. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that and we are going to go slightly to the edge that way. Okay. And we're going to go duplicate, and we're going to go slightly that way. Okay. Now those two get merged together and we take it down like that. Then we go to our loops and we go here. And all of these in-betweens we cut. And there we have our wires crimped to our dartboard. Now we put our spokes behind the loops. Spokes behind the loops, yes. Now what I want to do is I want to duplicate the loops and I want to rasterize that. And I want to lock the opacity. And I want to go full black, filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. And I'm going to clip that down to our spokes. And I'm going to duplicate it again. Rasterize. Lock, full, blur, Gaussian, make it broader, duplicate, so that we've got extra depth. Now we do the same thing with our spokes. We make one of those, we pull it down, rasterize, lock opacity, fill, unlock opacity, blur, Gaussian. Like so. And same with our boundary loop. Rasterize, lock, full black, unlock, full blue, Gaussian. Okay, so now we have those parts in place. Now we need to do our colorful bits. So on our fill, we're going to add another layer, and that's going to be, let's go beige and green and red. Okay. And hide those shadows, and this is gonna not scale. I do want it to go up to the vector path, yes. Now I just want to doubly check, yes, that was right. So now every second one of these. And on the green. Like so. No. And on the beige. Beige is on the green lines, okay. No, undo. Okay. And now we've got all of those, which we're going to put in a folder, which we're going to call felt. Okay. This on a multiply. Click down. Okay, now we need to add a texture. This is going to be is that going to be too... Yeah, that's not it. That ain't going to fly. Monochromatic, texture, let's see what I've got here. Let's start with that. Yeah. Clip down, overlay. Duplicate, rotate, hard light, no, multiply, okay, there is our dartboard. Save. We are almost there. Now we just need to render in our wires with the metal. So that they've got the shinies, and we need to add our numbers. But it is looking like an actual dartboard now, and I'm happy with that. Slowly but certainly we're making progress. Yay! Hope everyone is holding together okay. I'm gonna have another chip. It looks great. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm glad that in the end I decided to just redraw it and not try and paint over, because it does feel a lot more controlled and actually produced now, rather than just a lazily slapped together filter. Taking the effort to actually make it myself has been worth it. More chip. So I don't need that edge anymore, because we only used it to find the boundary of our dartboard to fill the color with. So far so good. Now we need to, let's just see here. The darts are going to be an interesting challenge, that's for sure. I might need to make a primitive. Alternatively, hold up, let me go to the asset store and see if I've got something. Oh, come on. Why did you lock me out of Clip Studio? One second, I just need to log in again quickly so that I can actually get the asset store. Because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a dot. There has to be. If there's boards, there has to be dots. Yeah, I'm just checking the Clip Studio assets rather than any external thing. Just to check, because then it's something that's immediately already in Clip Studio, which is going to be very, very helpful. Home. Go to the assets page. Why they just took away the assets button, I don't know, in their launcher. Okay, so I am looking for filter 3D object dot close. And there is one, so I'm going to grab it. Okay. So now when that is done, I'll be able to place them, manipulate them, trace over them, boom. Happiness is. Okay. Now I just need to do the wire for the lettering. So it's going to be called on this vector layer lettering. If I hide the felt, this is going to be, grab a color, it's going to be continuous curve, and I am going to cut off the pieces that I'm not going to use. In between at the end. If I remember how the vectors work here properly, then it won't break. If I do what I'm thinking. Repetitum. Okay. Now, delete control point. Split line. Split line. Split. 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 Delete control point. Let's go through the list. Split line here. Delete control point. There and there. And there. Split. I'm going to need to adjust basically all of those, but it's fine. Okay, and there we go. Now we grab that and we push it up to 30 because we want a 30 gauge on this wire. Move vector point. Add control point here. Move you. Okay. And that one goes beneath the boundary. Which we're going to duplicate again. Rasterize again. Full black again. Unlock. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. And clip that down to the lettering. Okay, show that. And there we have that going on. So our wire is slowly but certainly coming together. I think, however, it is time for a sip of coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Mm. Mm. That does the trick. That does the trick. Okay. Okay, now I need to let me think. This now needs to be rendered for two things, namely depth and texture. And then lighting. Three things. So I need 3 layers for this. So, how am I going to do this? I am going to do this by clipping, selecting, edit, outline selection, not 20 pixels, edit, outline selection, I want to draw on border, I want it to be 6. Okay. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. That gives it curvature. Make that 50. Okay. So now we duplicate. Select, edit, outline, clear, filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. And 50. Boundary, new, clip, select, edit, outline, okay, clear, filter, blur, Gaussian. No, undo. Edit, outline selection. This is going to be 8. No. 10. Deselect, filter, blur, Gaussian, 10. Okay, same for our lettering. Duplicate. No, not duplicate. Select, edit, outline selection, 10. Clear. 50% opacity. Filter, blur, Gaussian, 10. Okay. Whew. Now we need a rough texture that we're going to add on top of this, and I'm going to use the marble texture. And I'm going to rasterize it, edit, tonal correction, reverse gradient. Okay. Lock opacity. Convert to color. Okay. Fill. Okay. Clip. Duplicate. 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 Okay. Now we need to add actual lighting to these. So now we go new layer, in between. This is going to be a glow layer. This is our loops. Yes. Like so. Okay. That is already looking so much better. It's already looking so much better. Yeah, what we're seeing is not being obscured too badly by our character, so that's great. So now let's just ease off a little bit on that. And up there. There we go. And there we go. Whew. Okay. Now we can hide that background one, because we're not going to need it anymore. Now we're going to need to put an add glow on each of these, and that is after the hard light. So up, add glow. Now this is the spokes, so all of the spokes that have a little bit of that angle. Are more likely to catch light. There we go, there we go. Boundary, add new layer, add glow. And then same here. Add glow, and then our wire glittering. Okay. Now, everything that is attached to our lettering, I need to just very quickly come over here, because I did not correct its rotation. There we go. Better. Okay. This one is going. It's not staying. Okay. So, I think the dartboard is officially at a point where it can get inserted back into our background folder. There we go. Which means now it just needs the character shadow, which I'm going to throw in towards the end to make sure that it is in fact the correct shape. But we now have a dartboard. We have a dartboard in a box, and it is not a photo. And I am happy. It looks right, but it still looks painted, I think. Which is what we were after. It needs to look right, but it needs to look drawn. Which it is, because it's drawn from scratch. Traced off of a reference photo, yes, but it is in fact not just haphazardly painted over, which is what we are after. And I think, therefore, we can celebrate having completed our dartboard with a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let us take a sip. Okay. What is the time? Okay, that's the time. All right. So, we've made good progress. So the next thing that we're going to need to start doing is looking at, so that is going to be our scene lighting basic. That is our basic scene lighting. So I'm going to throw those out now because I'm not going to use those again. And I'm going to throw that out because I'm not going to use it again. So the next thing that we need to do is actually start rendering in the parts of our character that are here. Now, I am going to take out the scene lighting so that we're just rendering on flat color, and then we can bring those back in towards the end before final touch-ups. So, we know that the light is basically coming from directly above and a little bit towards the camera. That's where our lighting source is going to be. So I'm going to hide the background for a bit so that we can focus on our character. Inks I'm going to reduce because we're not actually going to end up using them in the end. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start with the skin and then work our way up. So start by locking that and all of our solid color layers, save for the sheer and the hair, which we are going to work with separately. So we're going to start with the skin and work our way upwards. So first things first, we're going to grab a new layer on top, which is going to be a normal layer. Grab our color. We're going to put that on a multiply layer and just see what color we get. We add a little bit of red to that. Okay, I think that's what we're going to use as our shade color. So now we're going to put this back on a normal layer, clear it. And now we're just going to rough in some shade. Hide the inks, hide the sheer. Okay, then come up here. I'm not going to do that. We'll save face shading for closer to the end. No. I'm going to do it this way. Just change the way I'm making the light hit it. That'll be sufficient there. Okay, now I have one small problem that I now just noticed, and that is that I forgot to put in the gloves. Forgot to put in the black of the gloves. Oopsie. I'll fix that in a moment. Can't be leaving fingerprints on the scene of the crime. No. Even if one is in fact a piece of molded plastic that does not in fact have fingerprints. Okay. Gonna lock that. Now, if I clip that down. That should give us better control on our terminators. So let's do that. Okay, go, there we go. Okay, unlock the black again, grab it. Invert. Ha. Nope. And like so. There we are. That's one. And two. Save button is in order. Okay. Now I'm gonna go with the dark red first, I think. Let's start there, yeah. Grab that. Make it darker, make it bolder. Grab that. Sai, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We are working on a commission for Braid. And we have our character here, who is in a most precarious predicament involving a dartboard. Character is tiny. And it's going quite well. We started this today. We have been going for... well, the stream has been going for 5 hours, which means we've been drawing for about 4.5. Wait, what does the time thing says? Okay, on the canvas it says work time 4 hours on the dot. If I get the chips, it's worth it. Yeah, because there's a pack of chips coming. And it's gonna be entertaining. It's gonna be fun. So, I think it's going well so far. I think it's going well so far. Um, that expression has made me laugh every single time. I am glad. I am glad. That is the sort of thing I like to hear. Okay. Hide that for a bit. Because the head is going to cast a shadow. Okay, that is looking better than anticipated. I'm happy with that. Okay. That is working out actually quite well. That is actually working out quite well. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Okay, this one I'm taking out of the list. Goodbye to the ominous catacombs music. Yes, yes. Time for overworld travel time. Yes. uh. Okay. Use the OBS preview to color this because I can't see. Okay, it's shiny-ish. It'll get shinier later. Okay. Okay, that works. That works. Save button. I'm looking at this and I'm not convinced that the 25% on the share is actually showing enough, so I'm going to bump that up to 35. I'm going to bump that up to 35. It looks more there, more present. It needed to be 35, yeah. Okay, just checking it. Okay, that's mostly there. Okay. Now I'm gonna go grab this color again. Grab a real highlight shade. Although I'm going to do this on another layer so that if I need to erase, I don't hate myself. To get the texture I want. Okay, then this is going to be shiny like so. Okay, so that's that part sorted now. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit of that satin look to it, which is what I was after, and what I was hoping for. Slowly we're getting this to look more right. Okay, are we all holding out all right? Let me just flip that so that I've got my actual wrist curvature not fighting against me. Okay. Save button. I now need a salt and vinegar crisp. One moment, please. One moment, please. Let me open the tub. And this one can immediately get kicked. Weird. Another one, I think, is in order. Okay. I think we are slowly but certainly getting there. So, next is the black. Let's just check how that's gonna behave. Okay, looks like it's pot, so that's fine. Okay, so the black. Let's grab the color on both of these. On this one, let's go dark. And immediately fill that one in its entirety. I need to hide the background for a second so that I can see contrast a bit better. Okay. Slowly but certainly we are getting there. I can't see what I'm doing, but it's fine. Probably. The contrast on my tablet screen is just so low. Okay. But at least I think, based on the OBS preview, that that glove is looking mostly okay for now. When we throw highlights in, it'll get better. Good glove. Yay! Okay, let's do these ribbons first. Okay, then the sleeve cuff. Okay, sort of like that. Okay, how is that behaving? Yeah, I'm gonna need to work on these palms significantly. I'm definitely gonna need to significantly work on those palms. Okay, this I need to dial up so that I can actually see where I'm putting these seams. Okay, back down. How does that look? Almost there. really can't actually see what I'm doing. At all. It's kind of terrifying. Hopefully it's working though. Hopefully. Once again, I'm basically drawing off of the OBS preview. Looks like it's mostly working. Seems good to me. Okay, okay. Just in case. Okay, now there should be a seam that runs. If I can just do it in one stroke so that I don't lose track of where I am. There we go. Okay, so far so good, I think. Next steps after these buttons is gonna be putting in a highlight layer. Okay. Save. Mm-hmm. And I think it is time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. I'm gonna keep going for about another half hour, I think. And then I'm gonna call it for the day. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so it's been a good shift so far. Yeah, because we're definitely going to need a highlight to just pull this out from in front. Pull it out so that it just pops a little bit more off of the dartboard. It's been a long stream. Yeah, I think this is going to be my average stream length from now on. Simply because, well, it's literally my work day. It doesn't make sense for my literal work day to be less than like what, 2 hours. So yeah, this is my work day. 9, 10. Like in that case, it has been a perfectly average stream. Yeah, like if we're being strict to 1950s corporate structures, I should be working 9 to 5, which would be what? From start of stream, another 2.5 hours, technically, if I was working with 1950s mindset. But, yeah, no, not gonna happen. I'm not wasting time in front of a water cooler nattering. Well, that did include a lunch break. People take lunch breaks? Oh yeah, other people take lunch breaks. Yeah. Okay, so that would be like till 4. That would be till like 4. You see, with the reference point of a lifetime of seeing either self-employed or home-based employed housemates of various descriptions, yeah, it's you work when you're awake. It's more like it's mandated. You get a stretch of time off, whether or not you use it. Yeah, whether or not you get to use it, because you have just, as you're about to get up, you get a phone call from a client in a panic, and there you sit until 3 in the morning. Well, government has to mandate the lunch break, otherwise greedy businessmen wouldn't even allow that. Yeah, this is true. Basic conditions of employment are in fact a thing. And it depends on the country too. The only job I ever had that was close to an office 9 to 5 workday was my military career. And that included an hour and a half lunch break. Wow, you got an hour and a half. Wow. That's generous. The average around here is an hour, and if you need to do any banking, whatever, you have to do it in that hour. Because banking hours are also a nightmare that people have to deal with. I get that for office jobs, but for some jobs whose income depends on the amount of traffic you happen to get, sometimes you'll get those where it isn't enough to business to not send people on break and have a reasonable balance of money coming in and money going out. Yeah, retail is a nightmare in that regard. Since I ever got into the civilian world, it's been 30 minutes for lunch, though my current job has the potential for up to a 2.5 hour lunch break. Wow, that's insane. That's hectic. The shifts are broken up into 4-hour blocks with fixed start times, but the end time can flex up and down to up to 1 hour. Oh wow. So the shift can be as short as 3 hours or as long as 5. Okay. Huh. Interesting. And we've had shifts as short as 1 hour, but we still get paid for 3. Wow, that's generous. It all depends on the amount of volume of packages we need to process and the number of people of hand. Ah, I see, I see. Makes sense. Okay, slowly but certainly this is starting to actually get somewhere. It's starting to get somewhere. And it's looking a little bit like the art pieces that I've been looking at that I wanted it to look like in terms of render style. So yay! I might definitely do a lot more of this line-less type of stuff later because it's looking good and I'm liking it. I'll save my liney stuff for more sketchy things, I think. Pretty much the jobs I've been in have been construction, maintenance, manufacturing, and logistics. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Not happy with that. Okay. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Come on, almost there. Okay, we're slowly but certainly getting there. Okay. That highlight there. Okay. I'm just going to rotate. And remove this one from the list. And that should do the trick. Let's see, like so. Like so, yes. Okay. This is going well so far. This is going well so far. Almost, 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 almost. Soften the top. How is that looking? Over there, there is enough distinction from the background. It looks like. Okay. I'm happy leaving that more subdued. I don't exactly necessarily want to draw attention there. So we're doing pretty well. Now, let's think for a second here. When we overlay our and come on, waiting for it to autosave. Okay, autosave is helpful with the timing, man. Okay, so I still need to do the sleeve cuffs, the sleeve ribbons, and the gloves with our highlight to just pull that out a bit more, because currently the hands are both conveniently lying on top of the black parts of the dartboard. How very conveniently. Okay. When I tie those in, yeah, it still looks okay. Like, technically it's not bad as it is, it's just not pinched in, you know? It's not... It's vibrant, but it's not necessarily together. Okay, so let's start with these little ribbons. Okay. They stand out. Great. Now, this cuff. Okay. Okay, that works, that works. Okay, slowly but certainly we are getting there. Slowly but certainly. And save button. Okay, I can actually see the hand now on that side against the background, which is a massive, massive improvement from where it was 10 minutes ago. Okay. Then this side. We're very, very close to being at a major milestone point on this one. Okay, gloves are good. Now I need to clean up the skin again because that is not quite right here. I need this one, and we're going onto this layer. That little terminator. I'm not happy with this. Let me just hide this here for a second. Because I'm not happy with the shape of this patch of light. Now, what's going to happen is that's going to be that shape. Okay, this is going to need a little bit of refinement shape-wise, which is going to call on cutting this back like that. That'll do, that'll do. Now we come back over here, choose our red again. Soften both of those down. Okay, now on this side, we need to do this something similar. Okay. That's working. Okay, that'll do. So now what is left is the lock. And then obviously hair, facial features. Save. And I think while that is saving, I'm going to have a sip of coffee. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Coffee is now cold, even in the thermal flask, even in the thermal mug. Okay, so still saving. Okay, let's see. We've still got to also do the chains. All of them, and the gold. Just and then after we've got that in place, we're going to need to add shadows where the chains lie as well. We also need to pay attention to that. I just want to check something quickly. Okay. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the lock, and then I'm gonna call it for the day, I think. And a little bit darker. Okay. Okay, that looks sufficiently metallic, methinks. Undo, undo. If it ain't broke. Okay. This has been a thorough success as far as I am concerned today. Like, just in terms of rendering and leveling up how we actually do the rendering, and just taking the leap to do it without lines to act as a crutch. Because over the last couple of illustrations we did start sort of using this rendering technique where we're not relying on blend styles and all of that to get our colors to work. But now doing it without the lines acting as a crutch, it's a massive upgrade. And I am really happy with how this is looking. I am really happy with how this is looking. It's like big upgrade. So yeah, really happy with how this is going so far. But yes, it is now that time of day where I need to bid you all a good night and an until next time. We have gotten really far with this. Like, really far with this. And yeah, it's going well. It's going well. So obviously still a couple of details that need to get added in still. Let me, while we are here, before I forget that I've got it, take that, put it in the sport folder of my small objects, and also drag that in there. Hide the character, hide that, hide those two. Okay, so we're going to Okay, I'm going to need to change the direction of the light in order to get this to work. Okay, and add another one. And last one. Hey, it's exactly where I want it, in pretty much exactly the position that I want it. So if I hide that, okay, I want to just rotate it so that its fin does not actually sit there. Okay, so that is going to be the next thing that we clean up later, is tracing over our dots that we've just placed. Let me just see if I can change the light angle on these. Light source. There we go, that's where I want it. Okay. Yeah. That is pretty close to what I'm after. So, we will be adding... Let me see if I can just randomize this one just a little bit more, because this is just a little bit off. Come on. That's a bit better. Okay, that's better, that's better. We can actually see 3 fins now. Okay, so I'm going to trace those out, draw over them, paint over them, whatever. Next time we work on this as well. I'm gonna have a look at a couple of references and see if I can do something to make this shirt look a little bit more satin, because at the moment it's a bit shiny, but I'm not 100% sure that I've got the fold detail on those puffy sleeves selling accurately. So I'm going to check for some references for that. And then, yeah, we're going to then add in our expression and hair and all of our chains when we do that, but we're actually, like, I would dare say 75% of the way through the process. I'd say we're about 75% of the way there. So I'm a really, really happy camper. We managed to get a lot done. Like a lot. So yeah. Woo! I'm actually kind of just really, really, really chuffed with this dartboard. Like, at the end of the day, I'm really chuffed with the dartboard. I'm really chuffed with how the lineless render is coming together, and I'm looking forward to seeing this when it's done. And I hope you guys are too. But now I have just hit my brick wall and I want to go sleep. So I am going to bid you all a good night. Let me see. Yeah, I'm going to just bid a good night for now. And I am not going to be streaming tomorrow because it's Friday and Fridays are not stream day. I'm going to see if I can fix my weekend sleep schedule because it is not working at the moment. Find a solution that will work. And hopefully I will not be an absolute disaster on Saturday like I was last week, and I will actually have the energy to continue with this, and depending on how far we get with this on Saturday, I might also work on Citrina a little bit. I can't think of anything on the social radar for this weekend. So, as far as I know, I should be able to put in a good shift as long as I can get my sleep to work out. So, good night. Rest well when you get to it. Thank you once again for joining me so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. It was a long stream, but we got a lot done today. Like, I was so scared of doing the dartboard, and then it turned out to actually be a doddle. Funny how that works out, isn't it? The thing you're scared of actually turns out to be flippin' easy. If you just approach it with a systematic mindset, surprisingly. But it worked out well in the end. So, pardon me. Yeah, thank you. I will try and see that I can get myself in order to see you guys on Saturday. Thank you again. Rest well when you get to it. I'm not going to raid out today because I am not there between the ears at the moment to even be able to hang around for like 5 minutes, and I'm not a fan of the idea of doing a raid and run. So thank you all so much, and cheery bye. Night night.